Muy buenas gente, bienvenidos a el segundo episodio de el juego de Roma, el juego de Semana Santa, en el cual era pues un mod de Skyrim y pues nada, pues es como un bucle en el que tienes que conseguir que cuando alguien mata o se hace algún tipo de situación se convierte en oro y eso es lo que tienes que evitar y descubrir quién es el más probable que haga eso, que rompa las reglas. Entonces nada, estamos ahí estamos. Ayer lo dejamos en... ¿Dónde lo dejamos, tío? Ayer no, porque ayer no lo jugué, fue antes de ayer. ¿Dónde lo dejamos? Le di la flor. A Rufio le dice que eso ya queda. A Rufio me queda claro. Ah, sí, este es Eiter. Y lo dejamos ahí, es verdad. Bueno, podemos ver que al principio tampoco en cargar lo que viene siendo un toque. Ya está, ya cerra todo, ya no puedo hacer nada más. No sé por qué lo cierro porque no es necesario. Literalmente, el procesador y la gráfica lo voy a enseñar. La CPU el 11%, 14%. La GPU al 40%. Tira fuerte, el juego. Bueno, el juego no. Es el juego y el este. Pero el juego tira fuerte. El cabrón. Tengo suerte de poder correrlo sin ningún problema, pero. Bueno, ya estamos aquí. Además lo tengo a tope. Los gráficos. Increíble, me siento orgulloso. Pues nada, gente, se viene nochecita de este juego. Averigua cómo conseguir que Galerio sea elegido. Pregunta a Galerio, sigue la misión marcada. Tío, ¿qué está pasando?
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long time now. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you
Vale.
can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Tenemos que conseguirlo, ¿eh? O sea, sí, sí. Hay que conseguirlo.
All right. See you around.
Pero me interesa preguntarle.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now,
Me,
what's on your mind?
me interesa preguntarle qué opinas de las elecciones.
I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
Vale,
All right.
me parece
See you
correcto.
around.
Me parece correcto lo que dices. Todo esto son secundarias, todo, ¿eh? Todos son secundarias. Tío, están muy altos. Es que el juego en sí está muy alto. Ahora mejor. Música lo voy a dejar de alcohol. Ya está. Están fatal hechos, tío. Los sonidos. Tío, ¿hay alguna mierda de los ajustes de vídeo que está haciendo que no me vaya bien el juego como debería? Estoy en movimiento 100. Yo no lo desactivo, tío, pero todo el mundo lo desactiva, ¿eh?
Don't you just love springtime?
Muchísimo. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Convence a Gabriel para que se presente al magistrado. Habla con Maleollo. La flor equitia. Es que no sé quién es equitia, tío, ese es el problema. La flor equitia. Está cerrado. Es cuando me encerró, aún no lo he abierto. Equitia no es la que está aquí. Uy, coño. Oiga, ¿esta es equitia? No, se jodió.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Vale. Ahora venimos aquí. ¿Es dónde está?
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Sí, en el santuario.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Tengo dos arcos ya, no quiero otro, no. Tengo dos arcos. Tengo el arco dorado y el arco que robé. Ah, no. Pues ya está suficiente. Lo único que quiero son sus flechas. Es lo único. Lo único que le voy a coger son las flechas. Y ir a la panadería a hablar. Es que no tiene un mapa que te diga, esta es la panadería de aquí, no sé qué. No sé. Ya, pero este no hay un mapa. Le di aquí tampoco, le di aquí no hay mapa. Hay una nota aquí, no la había visto antes. El santuario se puede romper con que... Ah, vale.
Curse you, cultist.
De madera no. ¿Por qué? Ah, vale, lo que he cogido han sido las flechas, ¿no? Sí, he cogido 10 flechas. Vale. Aquí.
Hello. Have we met before? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
La que estaba aquí el otro día, ¿no?
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up.
Aún no puedo ir al aljibe porque necesito que Galerio sea magistrado.
Bye bye.
Necesito que Galerio sea magistrado. Y para que Galerio sea magistrado necesito hablar con Maelollo. Este es Virgilio, no. Giorgio, no. Rincón de Giorgio, no. Cofre de Giorgio, no. No me interesa.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
A mí no me gruñes, como un perrete. El aljibe ese aquí arriba, ¿no? Claro. Pero no voy a ser aquí. La de la flor equicia, es que no me lo marca, tío. ¿Quién es?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you.
Equicia, joder, el tío hombre.
Do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Ya, pues es guapa la chavala, ¿Cómo van las
It
elecciones?
must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow. Certainly.
Ahí está.
Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius, then?
Sí.
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so.
¿Cuál es tu historia?
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask,
¿Cuál es tu
"What is
historia?
your
Sí, coño, cuéntamela. Déjate de tonterías.
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
¿Qué quieres que pregunte?
I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
Uy, qué directa, ¿no?
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you. Older. I see. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see
Otra
what
misión
happened
más,
to
no, por
Olivia
favor.
happen to you too. Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth and come back to me if you discover any patterns. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Es principal. Ojito que me ha dado una principal, ¿eh? Qué cabrón.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? What? How did you know I was trying to... You know what? I don't care how you knew. What did she say? best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I
Ya
wish
está.
there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in.
Lo único que me interesa es que te
In the
presentes.
rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. All right, see you around.
Pregunta a todos esto sobre su
It's you
historia.
again. Hope you're settling in, friend.
Te he
What's on your mind?
preguntado cuál es tu historia.
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and two little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Joder.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again.
Me están sacando de un río. ¿Care?
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
No.
All right. See you around.
Luego Valerio, de compa, el ligón. Se va a estar aquí que el cabrón. Ah, por aquí. ¿A dónde va esto, tío? Ah, joder. Ah, no. Ah, no sé. Wow. ¿A dónde estoy yendo? Continuamos. No sé a dónde estoy yendo, pero es el punto más alto del juego. Me he hecho un punto de guardadas por algo.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the golden rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
Ah, bueno.
If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy,
You could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. I hope it works out. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why?
Y ahora se va a suicidar este. No,
Why do you
puta vaya.
think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love, I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it.
Joder, qué liada, tú.
I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
¿Dónde es? Discúlpame. Tierno. Tierno, ¿qué voy a hacer? Que haya una voz susurrándote las ayudas, no está mal. Pues vamos a averiguar. ¿Qué medio? Está cerrado. Me faltaba, tío.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Está aquí, tú.
And now I make this solemn promise
Joder, qué rápido se ha... ¿no? Qué rápido se ha convertido en esqueleto. Aleolo, aquí está el hijo de puta.
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real? Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the Golden Rule. How could you possibly know that? Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome. Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out. You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
¡Abre, abre! ¡Abre! Tío, le tenía que matar. No sé si se va a quedar. Es que lo tenía que hacer.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? All right then. I'll get out of your way.
No sale ningún diálogo de Kitia, tío. ¿Cómo me colaba antes? Ah, sí, por la enredadera. Habla con... Me haga sin flete de final. ¿No se ha guardado? Tío, ¿y qué cojones he hecho entonces, tío? No me sirve de nada lo que he hecho, tío.
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Coño. Otra vez, tío. ¿En serio otra vez? Te juro que no sé lo que hacer, tío, para que se retire. Pero bueno, por lo menos esta es principal.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
Pero ya hemos tenido esta montaña.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
Aquí. Pero tengo que hacerlo el... Búscame.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
Tío, voy a tener que hacerlo de... El ladrón otra vez, me estoy quedando sin flechas. Joder.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden rule. How could you possibly know that?
Carol, ¿qué es? ¿Que otra vez lo mismo, tío? ¿O qué? También Domicia me lo contó.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
¿Qué coño hago, tío?
Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out. Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out.
Mejor hay que hacer algo aquí en la villa esta.
Still here?
Sí.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me?
Lo borde, en verdad.
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. An intriguing proposition. Go on.
Oh.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute.
Porque quiero que se retire de las elecciones. Quiero forzarlo que se retire de las elecciones.
To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Get out of here at once. Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Pero por la cara, bro.
Do I need to call Domitius? Get out.
Robo, me suda. Estoy desmayado ya, es que me suda tanto, tío. Da igual, da igual. Sí, da igual. ¿Cuál es esta? Nada, ¿no?
Do I need to call Domitius? Get out.
Vale. Nada, aquí han tocado. Ni puta idea, en verdad. Vale, aquí no hay nada, ¿no? Vale, pues nada. Venga.
Hey, you're not thinking about going
Vale, este es el aljibe. Este domicio.
Contrary little cap at murder, aren't you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Well, it's your funeral.
Terror. Si flechas algo por aquí. Una forma creativa. Intentaré ayudarte. A lo mejor es esto lo que quería. No sé para qué quiero eso, la verdad. Por más adelante lo descubro, pero ahora mismo no sé para qué lo quiero. Nada en verdad, pero mira, no hay nada aquí. Vale, pues ya. Entonces por aquí. Ya que aquí no hay nada. Arriba hay una mancha, pero sin más. Vale, carcajas. Gracias. Una criatura demarcada a pronóstico. Nada más allá. Y yo también me quedaba ganas de esto. Nada, tío. Era una forma de entrar en los elegidos. Nada. Pues no sé cómo. Tanto. Nada, nada. Así. No sabía nosotros. Eso. Ah, por aquí. Ya no, por aquí hay estatuas. Vale. Qué guapo. Brutal. Ahora. Cojones. Cada vez más raro esta ciudad, ¿eh?
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father.
Silencio, tú.
Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
Pero quiero liberarla, pero que no se vaya, tío. Como tengo que dar toda la vuelta, no me jodas, tío. Tengo que dar toda la vuelta, no. Qué terrible, bro. Ay, mierda, la crema, coño. Una patadita. Ah, no puedo. Achis. Pasa.
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortune. Don't get caught.
Keep an eye out for Centella, would you?
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? I trust you can see yourself out.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed. You had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened? Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out? Ask then. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss?
La de Dully primero, que es la más normal.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not. It was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us, were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass.
The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth, the fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now, surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 7 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain.
Qué pesado, tío.
There's no escape.
¿Cómo cambia de tema el cabrón, eh?
The path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? And why would I agree to that? You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies. You and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions, least of all, me. Understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it.
Este final, matar a este. ¿No?
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever, until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Nada del puto esencia, cabronazo.
Keep an eye
That's
out for
quite an
Santilla, would
impressive
you?
new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which god that is, and I'm afraid even I don't know, although I have my suspicions. This might sound like a strange question, but please, humor me. How did you find your way here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you? You do? Well then, have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill, or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors. Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Santilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. Well, we do know a newcomer. Strange rumors, though.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumulatus decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
¿Qué es esto otra vez, tío?
Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? I guess it doesn't matter. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Juega como si no.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but...
Joder, por fin se anima. Dímela, me da igual.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? You figured it out already. I wish I'd been so astute. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to on her tavern, saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours.
only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape, at least until someone breaks the golden rule. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you. All right, but please don't take too long. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't, cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. Thank you, but to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing, given what's happened since. All right. Thank you again for saving my life.
Vale, ya tenemos cosas para decirle aquí, tío. Ahora que no está hablando con el vecino, ¿sabes? Bueno, espérate que está aquí dentro.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything? A pattern? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? Yes, understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier, you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood?
Creo que no lleva una capucha. Ah, sí.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Sex. ¿Qué?
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it? Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
En los baños. ¿En los baños? Ah, no, es el asesino este, creo, ¿no? Que no lo paraba aún.
Help! You have to do something. A
Sí.
man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Ya seguirá esperando 50 bultos.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Eso es, susurro, eso es.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
A ver, espera. Y puede ser un poco más rápido, tío. Que no voy más rápido, dice, no. Yo veo mi ritmo, déjame en paz.
Curse you, cultist.
Ya no sale. Yo no quiero echar con madera. Vale, ya está. Si no, neutralizado. Ya podemos ir a los baños. Y era aquí dentro. Sí.
I take it you've cleared the way to the baths? Follow me, but don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Lo siento, ¿cómo se llamaba, tía? ¿Cómo era? Se me ha olvidado, o sea, imagínate. ¿Cómo coño era, tío? Valerio. Vamos a pensar esto un poco. Ahí está. A ver.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was Charon, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up.
That's fine.
I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Bueno, ahora punta 4.
It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you...
No, ni Hércules, ni Zeus, ni nada.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten, and there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god, theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum.
Pregunta Uri por la placa griega.
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. It is. The gods are a mirror image of mankind, as far as cruelty is concerned, I'm afraid. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate to escape as we are. If she really did help Orpheus and Sisyphus, perhaps she'll help us too. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion. Truly. Thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Vamos. Ya que me voy a dar cuenta, tú, qué locura. Qué guapo, tío. O sea que yo soy este que me acabo de despertar, no sé qué, como en un bosque. Y esta es Karen. No, Karen. La bola, que es una bruja, que no es un ente. Que quieres que me ayuda. Wow. Wow. Aquí. Ella es la del bar, ¿quién es Lidia? No, claro, ahora mismo.
Ixion turns.
La vieja esta.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place
Esa es otra
accepts all
diferencia.
the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Vale. ¿Quiénes serán, tío? Puta. Ah, esto, vale. Tío, pero no me lo dice, tío.
I
Ahora.
love your clothes.
Este.
You're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. You're not like any Roman man I've ever seen. You seem so refined, so civilized. Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's
Well.
just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern? Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
Vale, ¿cuál es tu historia?
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. All right, see ya.
Luego borde. Quiero la panadería. ¿Y cuál es la panadería? Esta. Esta es la herrería. Esta es la jarronería, creo que la llaman. Esta es la panadería.
You took care of him? An accident? So, it's over? Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse? So you kind of murdered him then?
Sí.
The many shall suffer for the sins.
Ya venga ya, bro. Tío, vete a la mierda, bro. Diría que no y ya está. Joder. Un poco falso, un poco tonto, ¿no? Esto. Ay. Una tontería, tío. No da gilipollas más grande, pero. Y eso va a pasar, eso pasa cuando le mate, tío, no ahora. Te calles ya, siempre no ocuparme. Que te calles. 25 años. Es que me da igual, tío. Creo que así, sí. Ya, estaba todo tranquilo haciendo esto, bro, y de repente me dan por culo, bro. Buah. En fin.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps? Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself.
Vale.
For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
Yo tengo cuidado, no te preocupes. Muchas gracias. Claro, primero hay que neutralizar al ladrón. Hay que pegar el polvo, ¿sabes?
Salve.
What?
Thank.
Aquí a la derecha. Me estoy perdiendo. Me han hecho los baños son estos. Ah, aquí. ¿Qué hay que hacer aquí? A ver, es que va. Ah, no, vale, sí de lo de... asesino. ¿Sabes lo que ha sonado? La que es de aquí al lado. ¿2 horas ya, tú? Me está haciendo muy rápido, porque es como hablar con todo el mundo de su grupo y todo el rato y demás. Está bastante bien, tío. A ver. ¿Me tiro? No puedo. ¿Por qué?
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the golden rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? And to what extent? In every situation? You sound confident, but I must ask, has your confidence not waned upon finding yourself in this place? Knowing that your moral errors will result in the deaths of yourself and everyone around you, how confident are you now? Interesting. I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. To paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little, in the broader scheme of things. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Let me guess. Is it yours? Ah, so you think of all the thousands of competing morality systems that exist. All of them were wrong, except yours, which is always perfectly correct. And you can follow that system in all situations, because there is only ever one possible interpretation. I honestly can't tell if you're seeking to frustrate me, or if you genuinely believe what you're saying.
Tiene lo que le estoy dando, hermano.
Then you are an absolutist. I can teach you nothing because your mind is closed. And you can teach me nothing because your position is irrational. Leave this place. There is nothing more for us to discuss. I'd rather not waste what little time...
Ah. Puto lío. También me gustó esta. Me han quedado de ver la realidad diseñada. No tira, tío. No, tío. ¿Y ahora qué hago? Ah. ¿Y qué puta se va ahora, macho? Tengo que liarla, ¿no? Hacer otro bucle o qué. Puta tío de mierda. Carga ya, coño. Una puta hora para cargar. A ver, García. Principal no, general. ¿De quién es, tío? Ah, hostia. Puta que te parió. Toma por culo, venga, vamos. Esto es aquí. Espera. Vale, vamos a hablar con la panadería. Le voy a decir que no ahora.
You took care of him? An accident? So, it's over?
Para ti.
Oh, God. It's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question, though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
No.
Really? Then how? Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything? Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. All right, thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
De la placa Satan, creo.
Greetings and salutations.
Hola.
Ah, that is all right. Perhaps another time. And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgios. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgios the Roman.
Arrancar el precio, por eso te quedaste calvo, ¿no?
Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell. Just
En el templo de Demeter. Vale.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Puro templo de los cojones. Venga. Aquí, ¿no? Vale. Ah, la placa, ahí está.
Hello. Have we met before?
Dame la placa.
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy.
Pero me da pena quitársela, tío. Quizás lo dejo para la última.
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Like Galerius. He's nice. I
Pobre
like
tío.
Galerius.
Vale, otra placa que no puedo conseguir.
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and everyone will be happy. Bye bye.
O sea que no me la piensa dar. Perfecto. O sea que no me la va a dar hasta que a Rufio. Me voy a preguntar a Rufio y lo va a media hora. Media hora esa mierda.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Vale, tío. Perdón.
No idea what you're talking about.
Vale, tío.
Whatever.
Whatever. Venga. Aquí está. La X de ahora. Me gusta más a mí que al Yori ese. Cabrón, que no va a hacer hijo puta. 24 flechas, hostia, muy bien, La tontería, tío. Aleolo, calvito de mierda, ven aquí.
Well,
Sí, entra en tu vida.
look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't.
Puta.
Are you insane? Why would I withdraw?
Estoy aprobado
You
por.
are acting very...
Que sí.
I try. Thank you. Thank you.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
Nadie me dice dónde está y casualmente yo sí sé dónde está. Ok. Ahora va a ser la primera romana. Me pinta, ¿no? Ya me he colado. Ah, sí, hostia, se colaba por ahí, es verdad. Tengo que saltar por aquí. ¿Cómo llega hasta allí, tío? Por aquí, puede ser. Sí, creo que sí. Ah, no me acuerdo bien. ¿Por aquí? Sí, creo que sí que era por aquí. Sí, efectivamente por aquí. Aquí está. Plutón, padre de las riquezas. Y esto no lo cuenta como robo, pero es gilipollas. Y nada, fíjate. Em, me he cagado, tú. Pensé que me había robado. Y había desaparecido el botón de robar objetos. Se ha quedado el de dejar y ya está. Bueno, tengo la primera. La segunda va a estar jodida. Es que lo único que puedo hacer es...
Hello? Hello? Have we met before?
Dame la placa, tío, por favor.
Do you like it?
Lo necesito.
But it's mine. Like... Yeah. Bye bye.
Joder. O sea que lo único que me queda es ir a por el puto viejo de mierda. No, encontré la cuarta placa. La placa de arriba es la que tiene el vale, necesito de egipcio. Pero me hago por las flechas. Completas tengo 42. Perfecto, en verdad. A ver si no me da por culo el calvo. Aquí está, perdón. Yo sí es calvo, no me recuerdo.
you've returned. I'd rather not waste what little time I have left.
Puto viejo de mierda, anda del mar por el culo. La placa. Ahí está la placa, joder. Macho. Listo. Necesito robar algo por cojón.
Ah, you've returned.
Claro. Este es bueno. Ahora me toco la placa y me voy. No creo.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come and give me another day.
Vale. Lo hago.
So? Oh. Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. Alright, got it. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Venga, corre. Allá arriba. ¿Cómo subo yo allá arriba? Claro, explicar el trofeo, a lo mejor algo más. Ese tío no soy capaz de ver. Subir de alguna forma. Trabajar con la esta, claro. Se tiene sentido.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. You're a good man, Galerius.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run. Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just... Oh, come on. You're a Sisyphus. Sisyphus, he was forcing... Tantalus was... Oh. Anyway, so... Anytime, now. Oh,
Ay. No me vas a poner por todas partes. Este juego es el típico de hacerte speedrun.
Come and join me by the well. It isn't tell me. Ah, Kabar, I will the one. Let us X now. Wonderful. Then let me. Would you say you know the difference between and to what extent? So, you're not in. That is quite sensible. I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. To paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing. It is because knowledge you see out there. So we would, but under the. So to net. That is an excellent question. So let me. How can that be? Since they all have differences. If there is. Let me guess. Is it yours? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Ahora ya responde las mías.
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
Escucha.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. As you wish. You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek.
An
even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
Yeah.
We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Ahora. Ok. Ya ves. Una F. Casi, ¿eh?
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Colgados. Comida, ¿no? Tío, pienso que hay que darle una X para que se abra la puerta, no empujar con el peso del cuerpo. A veces me raya. La verdad. ¿Y hay que traer? Ay, coño. Justo. Joder. Al agua, al agua, al agua, al agua. Al agua. Al agua, he dicho. Uy. Qué chulo está el juego, tío. Tiene un montón de cosas. Oye, es como un sandbox. Como un sandbox, pero a la vez debajo de la ciudad tienes más cosas secretas. Es guapísimo, la verdad. La verdad. Bueno, verás. Qué gente le di. Están revelando contra mí. Malditas figuras de esos dones.
Stop.
Pescaba.
Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Oasis, señor del silencio. Un pene. Un negocio.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here.
¿Qué?
I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
¿La tiene?
You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began.
Todo el mundo le cambia el nombre, bro. Ay.
I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us. And that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason, then ask. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke
¿Por qué
out,
viajas a Roma si vives a
I
Roma?
tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead. This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me, for I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is, it would be unwise to venture down there. Is everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it. Good. Be gone from this place.
Sí, pero para abajo.
You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. We shall see.
En el inframundo ahora mismo. Qué bonito, ¿eh? Las profundidades. Hubo ruidos. Oh. Oh.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
Me hace disparar.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? Then you admit it. You wish to destroy the sacred beliefs of my people. I will
No,
not
las
allow
placas.
this. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Que no sé lo que decir.
Now you insult me and all of my ancestors. You have sealed your own fate. Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Joder, tío. Podría ser tranquilo. Tengo lecciones de mierda, ¿no? Por lo que veo. No sé, tío. Está diciendo algo bueno y dice que estoy insultando todo el rato. Yo qué sé. ¿Seguirá aquí el viejo? ¿Viejales? Ah, el viejales se ha ido. Chica épica. Punto MP3. ¿Cuándo creéis que me queda de jugar? A lo mejor 2 horas. Pues sí. Es que el viejo. ¿Te ha salido? ¿Qué cojones? Por aquí. Por aquí. Losa de piedra con inscripción. Ah, no, esto no. Arco dorado. Placa sumeria. Placa egipcia y placa romana. Vale, las tengo.
All right then.
Veo las 4 placas robadas. Tengo que ir a hablar con Mael, no sé.
All weapons are to be tossed into
Francés Horacio.
Magic. What is? Not that it's any of your business, but my lord, unfortunately, see them sent it this. I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
Vale, vale, vale. Gracias. Cuéntame algo. Ah, no, el magistrado, sí, cuéntame algo.
Commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. All right?
Ahora se le tengo que ir a hablar con Equitia, con... Tengo la llave. Y yo.
Thank you. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? Are you... Why would I... Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden rule. How could you... Nonsense! This is nonsense! And now, I'm going to enjoy watching him. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
Quiero hablar con Equitia. Tío. ¿Está Equitia ahora? Intentar ayudarte.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for... what was it? Nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature as sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Nice to talk to you.
Quiero hablar con aquí ahora.
How'd you do?
¿Qué? Y ahora qué. Un poco calor que hace. Hola, Max. Levantar, no creo. Para cumplir. Poderosos. ¿Y a dónde cojones estoy aquí ahora? Encuentra pruebas que relacionan a ellos con... Necesito las pruebas que relacionan a ellos con el manto de ciencia. Diego, ¿cómo sabes? Porque la hablando con la gente.
The newly arrived are
Bueno, necesito hablar sobre las elecciones.
and lets out his threefold braying.
Pues está aquí quieta ahora.
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Si no puedo robar el escudo este, lo que voy a robar 20 denarios. Sería. Mira qué guapo el casco. Aunque Pobre, bro, ¿cuántos DNAs tengo yo? La terminé con 3, 24. Sí, ya te guiará. Allá, pones de todo. ¿Dónde está Kitty, tío? De Kitty a... ¿Y a dónde está la peña, tío? Ahora está aquí dentro. Y está en-
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face. Up. I beg your pardon? Oh my, that is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. May Fortuna guide you.
What now? Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us? He's not here. Dunno. The little Caput murder escaped earlier this morning, while I was taking Yulia to the clinic. He can't have gone far, but if you find him, tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own won't be as bad as if I have to go looking for him. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Sí, fantasma.
On your best behavior, I trust? What now? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. All right.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Joder, ese baila. Venga, tío. Campeón. Hola, Claudia.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
Ahora sí.
I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone.
Ooh.
I am so looking forward to it. So, you'll help me?
Sí.
Thank you. Here's the letter. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know. Thank you. Now, I appreciate your discretion in this matter. I think it's best if you go now. We'll speak no more of this.
Joder, muchas gracias tú. Vamos a ver, me explico, ¿verdad?
Get out of my villa
Pero ahora no puedo hablar con él. Importante. Quiero hablar contigo, tío.
Get out of my villa.
Luego. Ahora.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Es como correr a pequeña tortuguita. No conozco el tacto del móvil.
Salve, friend.
Mañana voy arriba. Y yo no sé si cómo para subir. No puedo. No tengo la verdad.
Keep an eye out for Santilla, would you? How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Thank you. To me.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. I like to... Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants? Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? As you wish. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
Tío.
Are you insane? Why? So, it finally caught up with me.
Dime que sí.
I suppose that makes you, what? One of Nero's assassins? So, you're not going to kill me? much work and money. Ugh. Well, if I do it, you'd let me live?
Haberle dado la de abajo, tío.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal.
Vamos.
And release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Sí, tío, sí, bien. Voy a seguir a dónde va el tonto este.
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Vale, vamos por buen camino, tío. Eso es. Oh, gracias a Claudia,
Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
¿Dónde estás? ¿Dónde estás, hermano? Tranquilo. ¿Dónde estás, tío? Es del inicio. Sí, es el del inicio, ¿dónde estás, tío? Lo único que me preocupa, contarla ahora mismo. Y no. Está aquí arriba tampoco. Casi. Hay un cofre. Aquí está.
Salve. I saw you. And strange, too, since that device you used is... There I was, thinking I'd invented it. Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor? What? How did you know I was trying to... You know what? I don't care how you knew. What did she say? Venus, that is the best... I wish there was... All I... In the rock tunnel. Unfortunately, if you can figure...
Pero es su historia no, ¿sabes?
I've bounced the idea around, but for... He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right, see you around.
Eso es. Dale, Valerio. Ya se lo digo yo por ti. Estamos cerca del final entonces, ¿no? Hay muchas misiones secundarias. Hay muchas misiones secundarias y poco principales, ¿no?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I Tia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? It must be. It'll be. But why do you? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Vamos, Equicia, vamos. Ahora sí, loco, ahora sí. La Equicia aquí es la diosa, ¿no?
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Más nervioso yo que ella, ¿no? Me parece el delegado de la clase, hermano. Ahí está. Es uno contra uno. Ah, no, eso no. ¿Puedo levantar ya la mano?
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sentius.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
¿Qué dices?
Fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes cap and murder foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
Vamos por favor. Voy a crear esto.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Impossible! Impossible!
O sea que tengo que hacer algo más. Cuidado. La cara está esa. Es que me saltaba esto. La mierda de los cojones.
Salve. Oh. Ah, no. But... And how could you know... You over... Well, if you... Even... All right.
Okay.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What? I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
¿Qué pone? Aurelia. Sí, por Aurelia. Aurelia Claudia Desia. Vale, no. 3 páginas, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Of course. All right.
Hijo puta.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment. He's not here. Dunno. Tell him. What?
Ahora se retira ya, ¿no?
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Van a ver contra el mundo. Con favores, hablamos.
Are you well, stranger? I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago. Malleolus. Not going to happen. Very well.
Algo puedo hacer por ti, ¿vale? Vale, esta Lucrecia es una.
What, Julia? Hopefully that was. But how could you just and me in the meantime?
Vamos a hablar. A votar esta mujer.
A city with but absolute. Oh no, there what? But that. Where until this the and then she's been go. But I one of.
Esto ya no.
I just. You did? Wait, I have. thank you. I'm really... That...
Con el que tengo que hablar es con Rufio, de la corteza. No sé dónde está, pero a Rufio de la corteza, que es amigo mío, aparece, el ser agradecido, digo que vote a George y me hace caso, ¿no? Pues no votan, tío.
Then Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his
No
threefold
aporto.
braying.
Joder, otra vez estas. Esperad.
Curse you, cultist.
And oh, terrible shame that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who, it was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
Lo que he dicho, tío, hay que ver dónde está Rufio.
Keep an eye out for Centella, would you?
Whatever are you wearing?
A ver.
I thought I told you to get out of my
Oh, don't mind me. I just live... Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop. You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's... But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Oh, I'd say it to their faces if they had the courage to show themselves. Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies? That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her, so he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done. It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
Vale.
I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again. Do I need to ask Horatius?
Te quedaba terrible, ¿no? ¿Dónde cojones está Rupio, tío? Lo único que me importa ahora. Rupio. Sí. Podrían trabajar un poco. Y yo solo quiero saber dónde está el Rusia, tío. Ahora no aparece nada. Ahora no aparece. Oh, 4 llaves de la vida en magia, ¿verdad? Te pillé bien, intento que la. Claudia. Pues no con Claudia. Aurelia. Vale. Creo que lo mejor es ir a hablar con Claudia. Hay que conseguir votos para Georgia, tío.
Fear is proof of a degenerate. How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Thank you. Thank. Domitius. So. Fine. I'll have to meet there. Domitius, are you listening?
I'm not supposed to be in here.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius.
Talk. What bit?
I want you to go and inform Equitia.
My marriage.
I just had a change of heart.
I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave.
Carry them out.
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated? I have quite enough marriage trouble. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. Finally. This is outrageous.
Bueno, ahora te robo, ¿va? Ah, no. A ver, solo.
Leave me.
Vaya la. Pobrecito.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm...
No.
Alright.
Tuvo ese cabrón, pero. ¿Horacio? ¿Quién era? ¿Horacio? Horacio. Bueno, ya trabajo. Horacio, Domitio o Rutio.
What? Do I seem like anonymous threats to my style? You don't know Sturkus. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Vale, necesito pistas. Claro, si igual este que ha sido él. Y no sé qué ha sido tú.
What? You know. Alright?
Vale. Si tienen tratado, tío. Pistas. No sé con ella. ¿Y a dónde cojones está Rutio, hermano? Cojones pasa con Rutio, ¿verdad? Están en todo, van por culo.
All right, well, it was lovely to...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. What? Are you messing with me? We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all.
Vale, bien.
I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
No te preocupes.
I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Corre, corre. Puerta del gran templo.
What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm thankful that you're here. Can I help you with something?
Votar.
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. Ah, that's a shame. Another time then.
Vale, entonces. Vale. ¿Y me tiro yo? No me renta nada para tener unas piernas. ¿Qué hago, tío? Bajo a la paja. ¿Quién quería huevos, bro? Hay alguien que quería huevos, ¿no? No recuerdo mal. No recuerdo mal, había alguien que quería huevos.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Creo, ¿no?
Ah, no. Even I could. He did. I'll let Equid. All right. See you around.
Vale, ya está. Venga, curador. Ahora,
Shalom. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me. Galerius, the farmer, he's a good man, but I think he's more valuable on the farm than as magistrate.
el favor, hermano. El favor, tío, cabrón.
All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Cabrón, tío. Te salva la puta vida. De puta madre. ¿A qué cojones le pregunto a este? Si este no viene en puta idea, ¿no? Ah, mira, aquí está. Vale, bien. Ah, no, este es la ciudad de vamos por culo. Vas a votar. Pues me voy a poner. Vale. El chaval este, si le di el arco, bueno, si le di el arco, que toma por culo. Este. Seguro que me ayuda. Vas a votar. Voy a hacer algo para nada.
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you... Nice to talk.
Tío. Que necesito favores.
Hello there, friend.
Me lo he metido por el culo ahora.
Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing. Certainly, for a few thousand denarii.
¿Cuántos?
Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else?
Y yo, como me traiciones, te parto la puta cabeza. ¿Vale?
Very well. Another time.
como tú me traiciones a mí, esa cabeza te la parto en dos. O sea que es verdad lo que haces.
All right.
Pero que le des con tu putísima vida de mierda. Me saca 2500, se lo robo a
Be careful who you trust.
Julia. A esa era la tía que se quería suicidar. Ah, no, la que se envenenó.
All right.
Keep an eye out for Santa when you
Ahí va. Otra vez, pues. Las mujeres no pueden votar. ¿Quién está aquí arriba? Mete un tiro entre ceja y ceja y ya no te aburres. Ya. Ya se ha levantado a hacer. Aceptar.
Citizen.
Ah. No.
Sentius, I suppose. All right.
Vale, alguien necesitaba golpes, pero le voy a seguir.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Porque tú eres un pringado, es lo que hay. Bueno, ya está. Libro. Me queda solo Rufio, tío. Inspeccionar sus casas. Ahora me lo marca. Ahora. Oh, mira, aquí está el puto Rufio de mierda.
Name's Rufius. No. No idea what you're talking about. What?
Yo creo que va a ser Rufio porque está siempre gruñendo, ¿no? Pero no tengo pruebas. No cosa.
Ixien turns.
¿Qué? Te autorizó a organizar una reserva en cada chica, sí. Das pruebas. El domicio, tío. Puto domicio, a ver. Ah, no. ¿Y de dónde sacó pruebas? Tío, ¿en serio? Mira la cabeza, hermano, tu puta madre. ¿Ves? Era Rufio, tío, lo que os había dicho. Yo sabía que iba a ser Rufio. Pero está gruñendo. Eso tiene que por algo, por lo que quiera. Cabrón.
No idea. Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it? And why should I? The one true God says that for man to lie with another man is an abomination. His presence here is a threat to us all. Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when he does, we're going to have a problem. Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so... you know. He makes me... uncomfortable. I don't like where you're going with this. You'd better take that back before I make you. Smart. Now get lost. We're done talking.
Si no me quiero ir, la puta.
I have not.
Que nos liamos a hostias,
I have nothing to say to you.
Le he metido un tiro en toda la polla. Espera. Aquí. Aquí.
Imbecile! I have nothing to say to you. You imbecile!
Bueno, déjate cumplirlo. Más tarde puedo venir a hablar con él sin ningún problema, pues. Pues vengo a hablar con Virgilio.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on
Que
the
quiere
roof.
despierta tu mundo.
Well, I'm an architect. Help out with repairs and... But you probably... I like that. We're going to get on well, friend. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. There are much, but once you... Oh, I just say that... Well... My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you are. Nice to...
A ver, tengo que dejar que... decir que dejen de hacer bullying. Bueno, lo que sea, sí.
I say... Oh, if we... A good... I rendered... And with now, this...
No me lo salto, tío.
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little... In any... I went...
Me he saltado solo.
Anything you... Say... Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. Send you, I said. But... I...
Quiere, no quiere. Y es que
I have nothing to say to you.
Es que me sale más rentable, tío, hacer esto.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Sale más rentable hacer esto, tío, y luego venir a hablar otra vez con él que esperar. Es que es eso, ¿sabes? Claro, lo que pasa es que a lo mejor tengo que hacer todo de nuevo. Debería haber guardado. No, debería haber guardado antes. De puta. Ahorita ya.
All right. I'll go.
¿Verdad? Gracias, tío.
No. Yeah. And there is only one true God. And he laid waste to Sodom and Gomorrah because of exactly this kind of thing. I don't like where this is going. I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best if you don't ever talk to
¿Qué
me.
cojones le digo ahora? ¿Cuál es el diálogo correcto? Ok. Los que quieren los tengo yo, por puta, vaya.
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
¿Verdad? Es
You
que
know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons
voy a
in
votar
the
a...
city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons back.
a Georgia,
so
que le
it
pago
wouldn't be an
3.000
issue.
pavos.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Te podría haber dado un arco, la verdad. Pero bueno, lo he pago yo.
Malleolus. I mean... Very well.
Le he pagado ya, o sea, que puta madre, no, o sea, a Georgia, me he dejado 3.000 pavos. Uf.
Nice to talk to you.
No me dice nada, tío, de las notas.
Greetings and salutations.
I have nothing to say. You imbecile!
Ahí lo tienes, ¿eh?
You imbecile!
¿Dónde se salta ahora? 31 flechas, ¿sí? Es que no puedo seguir, o sea, no puedo hacer nada de la historia si no consigo que Rufio deje de acosar, o no, que lo dejen de acosar a Virgilio. Es que si no soy capaz de que dejen de acosar, es que, tío, ya lo siento, es que no puedo ver nada. Es- no puedo ver.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well. All right. I'll...
No idea what you're... Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it? And why should I? The one true...
Y a probar a todos, tío.
There's only... I am doing that. If I was about to get everyone else killed, I would... I have nothing to say to...
Otra vez, tío, le voy a decir el daño y ya está.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
¿Cómo corre? Viajales, ¿eh?
shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Whichever god is responsible for this, stop this madness, I beg you.
Y cabrón, corre, en verdad. Trece 21 ya, cabrón. Buah.
All right. I'll...
No. Yeah. And what? None of your business, kaput murder. Nobody is supposed to know about that. Did Lucretia tell you? Gah. Look, I haven't been at my best lately. All my joints ache constantly, and the pain. It has a way of messing with your head. I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me, and then there's the statues, and my doubts about my faith. And I just want to scream. You want to help me? Do what Lucretia hasn't been able to do, and find me something to make the pain go away. Until then, get out.
Era la única solución. Tío, lo tengo, tío.
You. What about it? Willow bark. Finally, some relief. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed it was too much. Started messing. I owe you one. No idea what you're... Look, it's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. And I know I said I owe you one. So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Pero voy a limpiarlo, hombre. Sin vergüenza de...
Citizen.
Ah, a new face. Salve. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that? Ah, poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to...
Bueno, ahora tengo que ir otra vez. Tengo que ir otra vez, pues se retira las elecciones.
Thank you. What? So... fine, I'll have to... There.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway
Salve.
land.
Grande roto. Bueno, grande era justo, pero estoy dando.
Well, my...
Tío, que deja que te... Este juego es una mierda, bro. O sea, con si dejan de cochar a uno, consigues que el otro no se suicide, que te hagan a cambio, por culo, bro.
talk to you.
Mierda, bro. Purísima mierda.
Shiny.
Veo las flechas de... tío.
What are you, Chini? What, Yulia? Hopefully that will... But you just... and in the... That's...
Una vez que escucho los mismos diálogos 30 veces ya, bro, es como que... No, me apetece mucho.
Well, Malleolus has withdrawn for some unknown reason, so unless somebody else is nominated by the end of the day, Senti, why do you...
Vale, perdón, que se tengo que ir a decir a... Se apunte ya.
Don't you just love springtime? How? You're a sister. He was forcing Tantal. Oh. Any so. Any now. Oh. And
Venga.
oh, anyway. What? I would. Oh. In the rock. If you could. But. I'll let. All right.
Vale, pues ya está. Ahora sí que puedo proceder. Ahora es otra cosa ya. Vale. Uno dice que sigue a votar al este, que para luego le pagar, esto puta.
Sentius, I suppose. Stability is always good for business. Yeah? And what's it? Certainly. Well, that's a shame. Come back if you change your mind.
He perdido 3.000 pavos. ¿Me estás diciendo que he perdido 3.000 putos pavos? Vale, pues entonces primero me aseguro y luego ya le doy el dinero. Lejos puta. Vale.
Well, my vote isn't for... Well... All right. Nice to talk to...
Hola puta. Puta me cago.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. My... But of course...
Propio. ¿Ves? A él sí lo entiendo que me diga que no, pero que un hijo puta que le ha ayudado, tío, que me diga que no. De verdad. No es mentira, tío. Quieren, tío.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Ya me pone borde del gilipollas del siempre ahora. Bueno, ahí sabe que estoy levantado. Vamos por el culo ahora. ¿Qué pasa?
On your best behavior, I trust.
Voy a preguntarle a Sánchez. Aquí se habla tranquilo, joder. Por el culo. Calor en verdad.
Are they? It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask? I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
Todos los ciudadanos hombres que quieran y puedan asistir. Menos que sean candidatos, claro.
Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
¿Y qué hago, tío?
All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Tío, es que se puede influenciar el resultado de las elecciones de otras formas. Pero si consigo que uno no deje que no se suicide, me dice que no. Si consigo que a uno le dejen de hacer bullying por ser gay, me dice que no. ¿Qué hago, tío? Conseguiría un voto de uno que me da, me cuesta 3.000 pavos el voto.
Citizen.
¿Tentito llegar al City? Ahora la City sigue. Tío, no se quita, tío, cabrón. Eso ya de nuevo. ¿Te importa? No te importa.
Salve.
Shiny.
Puta esa oro.
Hello? Hello? You're going to let me out of here? Oh. Please. I hate it here. It makes me very sad. Bye bye.
Necesito esa placa, bro.
Bye bye.
Pero si es que para conseguir esa placa. ¿Qué significa lo que pone? I did not do it. He hecho. No lo he hecho. Vale. Así ya se lo he dicho. No.
Salve. I mean, which mean, and I. Good. The first. I'm glad it's best. Well. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
You look well, my... Hello again, my... Galerius, did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is a hero.
Vale. Un voto a Galerio. Bien.
But of course.
Bien. Tenemos un voto a Galerio. Bien. 2. Porque uno le voy a pagar. Bueno, me va a traicionar el juego. Entonces, 1. Aquí no hay más gente. No puede votar esto. Ella no. Tú no puedes votar. ¿No? ¿Sigue aquí la chica? O sea, está, pero no está. Está llorando.
Was there... No.
A golden bow. Just like that's quite an impressive bow you have there.
¿Qué pensabas con el puto harto de mierda?
How did you get in there, you cheeky little sturkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming.
Gracias. Perdiste contarlo.
What is it? Not that... All right.
Fortune smile on you. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. Now, what's on your mind? All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Pues a ver si ganas, tío. Esa es la única forma. Ella no puede votar, ¿no?
And you're not. What was that? Some kind of joke? Let's just. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is.
He perdido 10 denarios.
Whatever you like. All right, see ya.
Perdido 10 denarios. De arriba, chaval. Oíla. No hay que ir ahí. Voy a subir arriba, va. Vamos.
Citizen. I thought I told you to get out.
Te vayas más por culo. Ciudadano, ciudadano. Estoy harto ya de ahí. No sé lo que hacer, bro. Me siento don para ahora. ¿Y ahora cómo coño si subí ahí arriba ahora? Por la puta. ¿Por me subo de ahí arriba ahora? Me he olvidado ya. Ah. Otra puta vuelta, bro. Por culo. Había otro camino. Ahora bajo por el otro lado. Pero no me acuerdo cuál era. No me acuerdo cuál era, no te consigo ver.
Salve, friend. Welcome to life on. Ah, we've all. I still. All right. Well.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard. Please. Thank.
It's too. If I back. What? Where? I just wish. I'll go and.
No me van a comer esa puta. Te iba a empujar la roca, chaval.
Salve, friend.
Hablo contigo, ¿vale?
Ah, that's a shame.
Quiero tirar al agua, no estoy mucha agua. Pero, venga, prueba de vuelta también.
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Shalom. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me. Galerius, the farmer, he's a good man, but I think he's more
Hijo de
valuable on the
puta,
farm than as magistrate. Sentius, Galerius. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Hasta el rato te la da tu madre. Vale. Toda llave. Y sí, porque me lo pagué ahora. Bueno, yo creo que... Tengo que conseguir los votos. Está bien.
Sometimes I stare at. Welcome back. Well, my vote is.
Pero ¿cuánta gente vota ahora? ¿4 personas o más? 4, ¿no? Y si se hace 5-5, o sea, voto. Estoy muy cerca del final, ya, tío. Estoy muy cerca del final, 3 horas. Yo no sé, estoy pensando qué hacer, tío, para conseguir monedas, porque si luego tengo que hacer todo otra vez, tío. El voto, los galerías me llega a uno, tío. No, no, pero ella no vota. Hay que buscar hombres. Pues luego ella no dice. Pues sí, próximamente, vale, Julia. Julia no puede votar. Equitia, vale, Valeria. Ella no puede votar porque se ha presentado. Georgia, o sea, votar a Valeria. A Valeria. Niva, extranjera. Antonio Sandoval. Gracias, Cabas. No sé, tío, no sé qué putas hacer. Que se votan 4, ¿no? En 4 veces tanto. Para ayudarte. ¿Cómo? Contra la placa griega. Tío, esta quítatela de la cabeza porque no ahora. Es esta la única que puedo hacer. Se le queda como frustrado. Bien, chaval.
Don't you just love springtime? Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? All right, friend.
No sé, la verdad. Me lo voy a decir reunionar. Ya está, ¿vale? Meterme aquí.
You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Good.
Media hora para cargarte. Vaya mierda. De 4 flechas, ¿eh? Locura. Ahora 33. Bien. Faltan por la bolsita más y ya está. Perfecto. Ya raya de hoy, de aquí no hay espacio. De nada, somos nosotros.
What? What? I hate.
Ya no hay ni una moneda. Subido arriba para. Apenas perder otro por mil, bueno, recuperar el 1500.
Whatever's in that great Hello there, friend.
Es un hijo de puta.
Yeah? Certainly. Nothing illegal about it. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Que ni de coña ha salido. Sí, voy a perder 3000 pavos.
Ave again. Did you find?
Da igual. ¿Y si sale qué?
It'll be. Why do you? Well, I wouldn't describe impatience as a good reason exactly. Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Aunque también viene a votar. Hostia, ya está tú. Ya está tú, a tomar por el culo. Uno, dos votos he perdido. 3, 5. No, no, tío, vaya puta decepción, bro. Vale, me voy a quedar aquí arriba, para ver bien quién viene a votar. Pues si no se gira la cámara sola, lo agradezco, la verdad. Vale. Vale. Es que puta mierda, bro. A ver si es un hijo de puta, no. Yo me sirve por lo menos para... Vale, también viene a votar.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee
Coño, bro. Puta mierda, este es que la polla ya, tío.
Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
A ver a quién votas tú, cabrón.
Galerius.
Vale, no miente.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Malleolus.
Citizens, you have made your decision.
Your
new magistrate is Gallus Galerius.
Qué grande el Ulpio, bro. Qué grande el Ulpio, tío. Buah. Claro, 2, 3, 3, 3. Qué grande el Ulpio. Este es un hijo de puta, pero qué grande el Ulpio.
I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Qué grande, qué grande. Gracias, Desia, tío. Por no timarme. ¿Qué pasa, tío? Magistrado, ¿eh? No tiene tiempo ahora. Estoy contento, tío. Estoy contento.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
Así es, amigo mío.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure.
Por
My
fin,
friend
tío.
Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
Te digo que suele morir, tío, de las cosas. Vamos a ir y va a morir.
He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very
precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust. Oh, thank you. Here's the key.
Bien, tío. Bien. Las llaves son iguales.
Hope you find it. In the cisterns. Way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shining. Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure.
Y necesito... Eso es. La placa.
And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it.
La muñeca que hicieron. Ah, este ya lo leímos. No. Tío, que no me salía ningún aviso, hijo de la gran puta.
The many shall suffer.
Tío, no me salía ningún aviso por qué cojones iba a coger eso encima le da al círculo y no me ha dejado darle al círculo, tío. Estás jodiendo la puta vida, bro. La verdad. Le da al círculo y no me ha hecho ni puto caso, bro. Le doy a la X y no hace caso. No, por culo, ¿no? O algo. De verdad, tío, de verdad. De verdad, bro. ¿Para qué cojones quería coger una puta nota? Irme por el culo ahora. Así enrolladita por el culo para adentro.
Salve. Oh. Poor Virgil. Poor Roof. I'll go.
Entonces, ¿en qué me he quedado, tío? A ver, juego superior con la llave de duro. Magistrado. Giorgio. ¿Es magistrado? Ah, no, es que este no es.
I'm I hope.
Salve, Rufus. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark
Greetings and
to help you treat it.
salutations.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run. Salve again, friend. I went and... How is it? You're... Sisyphus, he was forcing... Tantal... Oh. Anyway, so... Anytime now. Oh.
Vale, pero... Dame rápido a verlo. Ah, ya, yo el dinero no lo tengo. Bien cerrado. Yo me tocaría la polla, vale, pues lo voy a ir a robar a... Si lo voy a ir a robar. La placa la tengo, no lo sé. Sí, está aquí. Ah, no, no lo sé, pide. La griega, placa griega. Esa es la que dice Hades, ¿no? Llevo las 4 placas. No, primero me voy a centrar en esta.
I'm not making you a bow. But why?
Primero me centro en esta y luego ya principales a full hasta terminar el juego. Son las 4 ya de la mañana. Yo creo que es buena hora, la verdad. El saberme. Buenísimo. De flechas. De 8. Aquí no hay nada. Vale, ya está. Perfecto. No sé por qué esto. Ah, vale, porque hay algo ahí también. Pues no ya lo he visto ahora. ¿Qué? A ver, cojones es esto. Pensé que había algo oculto, pero no. Te viene. ¿Qué? Creo que no hay nada ahora, ¿ves? Pues había dicho que era solo esto, que era esto aquí y este, y ya está. O sea, no sé, a lo mejor está la llave de aquí arriba. ¿A qué me ha dado? La del suicidio otra vez. Pues no se ha hecho lo suficiente ya.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Por guardar ser un poco mierda, pero...
For the rest of
pero
my
bueno.
life, working for a man who treats me like an animal.
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you.
Tío, ¿en serio, bro? Es que... Esto es la polla ya, tío. Esto es la punta de los cojones, ¿verdad?
If you're trying to... Let me... You're... Like what? You're just saying that to buy time. You must think I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
La tía podía detenerlo, pero no. Quiere. Que sí. Me sale los cojones, ¿no? Hay alguien quedando dentro. No sé, pero está despierto. Está apoyo ya. Era japonés, tío, ¿me estás diciendo eso?
Today is a sad day.
Qué guapo, tío. La gran final del juego es esto seguramente. No me queda ninguno, ¿no? Tiene que de esa, pero para hacer esa primero hay que hacer esta. Pero esto es como por así decirlo el final del juego. Creo, ¿eh? A lo mejor no estoy inventando y quedan 3 horas aún, pero no sé, no tendría sentido tampoco. Llevo 5 horas de directo más las 3 que hice en el otro 9. Queda muy poco, tampoco. Qué chulo, ¿eh? Mergal dice que no. Bueno, wow, qué chulo. Wow.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces. their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels.
Okay.
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
¿Verdad? Sí.
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
¿Y por qué no le ponen let's play?
For you, perhaps. I am able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question.
O sea, que es esa la que habla conmigo, vale.
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? Ah, yes, the debt bondsman. Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? Abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape, a sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have?
Joder, pero ya tienen que hacer aquí todo, ser cabrón, ¿o qué?
The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. This is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from? I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt? I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years. Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
No, no.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
Ahora en la cara.
Do honestly think you could do better? I should strike you down for that. Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
Mira los ojos, bro.
This is my beloved.
Ah, es la novia. Nada.
She has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long.
Perdón.
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to
Karen.
ferry souls
En el
into
río.
the mortal world in this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. We will talk more later. For now, ask your questions.
¿Qué estoy haciendo?
As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. my Persephone could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Persephone's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Persephone and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
Joder, tú vaya diálogo más largo, ¿no?
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Persephone. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
Vale.
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persephone is along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Vale.
Of course. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life, but when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Ya se te olvidan las cosas, pero tú quién es. Que me voy a decir vengo del futuro, ¿no?
You would have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
We cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
He venido a matarte. Sacar el arma. No.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule? How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need need to do a lot better than that. That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. How unfortunate that we are not where you are from. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? Of course not, because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals.
No lo tengo ahora.
My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. Because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors.
¿Hacías que Júpiter era tu líder?
That is true. Go on. Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster? Wait, what? What are you saying? You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that? Perhaps, but if that was so, surely I would have sensed his deception. How could I have been so blind for so long? Your hubris grows tiresome. You will make a fine statue.
Qué cagada, tío.
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon? Pathetic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oye, cagada magistral, no me da a mí. Que volver todo esto, ¿no, hermano? No, verdad. Tonto. ¿Vos crees que me lleva? ¿Qué coño, chaval? Estaba ya hasta tan la polla, bro, que no sé ni a qué dar.
So? Oh.
Hasta los cojones, que no sé ni a qué coño de dar. Y me voy a tener que traer ya lo entero para este chico y puro. De verdad, tío.
And he allow me, no, but the one, and I've been, and what that they will first. Good. Only it is when I carry on. You. How did you come to be in? Enough. Why? If you so.
He cannot know.
I see what you are doing. You are trying to undermine the one thing keeping me anchored here. you're playing a dangerous game. You have no idea how close you just came to eternal torment, mortal. You will need to do better than that.
Joder, ¿qué coño ahora?
That is a very serious accusation. I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans of my so-called abduction. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying, and I intervened the only way I could to save her life. What would you have done? It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did because I loved her. I love her still. Accordingly, I reject your argument. These people were all dead when my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Would you prefer to have simply ceased to exist?
Sí.
Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish, and you are no worse off than if I had not intervened. Accordingly, I reject your argument. Very well. How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up. True. I have witnessed him doing that. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that.
Entonces, no quedan argumentos, tío. Me la pena, tío.
Liar. How dare you come into my domain and attempt to undermine the thing I hold most
Pones algo, tío.
You will make a fine statue.
Me queda otra. Debería hacer un F5 y un F9.
How dare you threaten her? This ends now. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Horrible. Ese es el argumento correcto. Pues parece que sí. Parece que sí. No jodas.
All right.
Creo que es así. Esto aquí. La verdad ni me había dado cuenta de lo que ha pasado. Lo que se veía pues. Es curioso, tío, lo de poner los filtros. Esto es lo bueno.
And here you are.
Aquí estoy creando.
Oh, when I Charon. You. How did you come? Tread lightly, mortal. Why have you come? If you so.
Vale, me gustaría. Vale, me voy a apuntar, tío, lo van a hacer una cruz.
The many.
Cinco llantos con la cinta que llevan un argumento de mierda. Un diseñador. ¿Qué llamas? Eso era todo. Wonderful. No pensaba que iba a ser tan largo, tío. La verdad. No, joder. Claro, es que le di a todos los diálogos. Vaya, me canso, pero. Ya. Ah, vale, ahora. Ya está.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. The There will be time for your reckoning first.
Ya te pregunta todo, cabrón.
Carol,
I... If that...
how did you come to be in... I do not. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. Why have you... Selfish little creature. You know far too much now. You will remain here as my servant until the wager is... Going? Huh. Surely you did not think I would allow you to return to the others and tell them what you've learned here. You know far too much now, and would only corrupt the wager. You will remain here as my servant until the wager is won, or the golden rule is broken. It is not open for discussion.
Vale, es que no se hacía algo correcto.
The many.
Que no es el diálogo correcto. Lo voy a borrar ya en notas, pero es que no se nota de mierda. Punto final, a ver si ya no la nota de esto.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce. But the... Go.
Vale, aquí ya le pregunto a todas.
I...
How did you come? Impossible. No mortals possess such power. Not yet, but I will learn the truth. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
Otra vez, tío, ¿qué cojones marco aquí si no puedo?
If you so.
Es que, ¿qué hago aquí? Nada, tío, no hago nada, nada.
That is a very serious accusation. How so? Pathetic. You will make a fine.
No sé cuáles son los diálogos correctos, pero es que me cago en... Lo difícil es verdad del jefe, tío, pero... De diálogo, tío, no de dificultades.
You would have... That sounds improbable to me. Carol, does this mortal speak the truth? Or should I strike him down where he stands?
Perhaps. The waters of the River Lathe are known to have that effect.
I will take you at your word. But as long as your past remains shrouded in mystery, it seems I must put your reckoning on hold. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
Siempre me pregunta eso, tío, siempre.
Going.
No, pues,
you know, you will rem
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No sé cuál es el diálogo correcto, no sé al visto los cojones, lo veo. Llega mi puta cama ya ahora a dormir. Final de Forgotten City. Ha sido el mejor pedazo.
Charon. You? How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer to this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule? How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Aquí me da todo ahora, es que ya me da todo ahora.
Pathetic. You have made a terrible accusation against me, and completely failed to substantiate it. You will make...
Ya no tengo así de como una bella. Voy a ver esto, no.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and
Mira.
Persephone has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. In seek.
Dice, quiero poner final a la regla de oro.
True. How so? And be specific. Seem to grow great. That is a pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that. That is this accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? They failed. You are a monster and served thousands of years, in which
Vale, aquí me quedo.
I do.
it was an
Yeah.
Accordingly, I reject your argument.
So,
I warned you not to lie. You will make a fine
no te gusta dar por culo, Qué locura. Abriendo la puerta y está por culo.
But why?
Bueno. Ahora, ¿cuál es nuestra hora?
That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand it.
La primera o la segunda.
Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow men? Do you Of course not. Because that would be absurd. Just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. It would be most unwise to get ideas about attacking me. Because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors. That is true. Go on. Make your point, mortal. Let me...
Sí, es que está haciendo bien, cabrón.
If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no, the very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster? Wait.
Está haciendo perfecto.
What are you saying?
Ah, no, ni de ti la ha quedado.
You have spoken eloquently, and
Hay que
yet,
consolarlo
if
ahora,
you say
al
it's true,
pobrecito.
it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
¿Eh?
A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us. Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, It wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
Oye, Kike, me da igual, no voy a hacer todo, no vaya a cagarla.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
Guapo, ¿no? Hostia, coño, de inicio, ¿no? Vamos el templo aquí, ¿no? Todo destruido. Esto del trabante de que acabo de salir es este, bro. Dices, qué guapo, tío. Todo destruido, mira. Casas, todo. Mira, mira, mira. ¿Qué dices, hermano? Qué locura. Y aquí algo.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Este parece que se suicidó, ¿no?
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared, said barely a word, and entered the temple of the mysterious god, this one here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Oh, I see. For a moment there I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Encontré una salida a través del acueducto que llevaba el agua a la ciudad. Sígueme. Venga, dame un segundo. Esto ya no me sirve. Grabando. Vale. 6 horas de media de vídeos. 6 horas y media de grabación bruta. Jodiéndote. Como que cargando. Pero es tonto. ¿Qué hora es? Ah, vale. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué pone todo aquí? Es automático. ¿Y esto? Esto es donde estaba el este, tío. Aquí venías corriendo y entrabas y otra vez el bucle.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Hermano, yo creo que ya, Y aquí bajabas y aquí estaba Georgio. Qué grande, mi pana, Qué bonito el juego, tío. Me ha gustado mucho. Aún no he terminado, pero me ha gustado bastante, sobre todo porque a Dully y a Georgio le coges muchísimo cariño, la verdad. Bueno, y al otro romano. No recuerdo su nombre, pero sí. No era romano, era griego, perdón. Y este es, tío, es verdad. Aquí está la taberna, ¿no? Qué guay, tío. Muy chulo, muy chulo. Mira, aquí está Karen.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Miedo, ¿vale?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
Así ayudará a los elegidos, a haber sido elegidos. Al cruzar el umbral que separa la tierra de los vivos de la del muerto.
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Sí, me vas a decir, claro.
As you wish.
Puedo elegir si quiero o no.
You were murdered. You made a purchase in a marketplace, and the change you received was, by mistake, a single silver coin of ancient origin. You were seen inspecting it, and soon after, you were set upon by 2 thieves. The shopkeeper who had given you the coin
saw the scuffle break out, and leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth.
Yeah.
You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
Entonces, la tienda es algo. Yo sé que me iban a robar, que me dieron la moneda sin querer, y esa moneda era la llamada óvulo de Caron. Por eso Caron viene a ayudar. Por favor, qué rayada, te lo juro. Ahora mismo mis hijos están como los suyos, te lo prometo.
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans bearing their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story, and I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Sí. Un año más tarde. Uy. Pito. Pito, pito, barbarito. Lo que es quiere. Dos leones, ¿no? No, dos quiere. Aunque van a ser que dos leones. Caballos. Piedra rebelión, vamos a la misma. Museo de la Roma, la Grecia y el Egipto antiguo.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. After everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Yeah.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Cojones.
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
Qué grande, Valerie.
Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're gonna be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you'd better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Me regresa a todos a la vida actual. La mía.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
There he is.
You're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us, for all of us.
Esto sí que no me lo esperaba ahora, pero hubiese sido más chulo que se lo hubiese regresado a algunos, no a todos. No sé. Pero está bien.
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Por supuesto. Dooley, ¿qué dices? Galeria, Equipia y el grande de Dooley, bro. El panita Dooley, bro. Ese Dooley, como mola, se merece una ola. Grande Dooley.
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
Grande Dooley, grande.
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing. Treasure? Yeah, they're fun. Bye bye.
Grande Dooley, aquí están los tres mejores del juego. Los tres mejores del juego, aquí están. Vamos a ir. ¿Tú crees que?
Hi there.
Uy, gracias. La médica.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So, I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. Oh, she didn't make it. She died from poison while you were in the Great Temple. It was very sad. She was a good woman and a friend. It wasn't your fault. Decius is to blame. He's here somewhere too. Not that anyone would talk to him. I'm not even sure how he got invited. You too. Don't be a stranger.
Voy a ver algo en el computador aquí, ¿verdad?
Evening.
Gracias. Me está dando gracias. Ciencia, tú la puta que te parió.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you.
Y si me caes bien. Ciencia no. Van por culo.
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Perhaps. And you. Farewell.
Y tenemos que todo eso.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I'll mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me. Then I suppose he got his wish. You too. See you around.
Más ahí. El Giorgio, tú, hablando de Giorgio. Filósofo ermitaño. Filósofo, el abuelito, tú.
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Tenemos una hora aquí de preguntitas, ¿o no?
We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm here. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
Que te imaginas que por la cara, seguramente no sea ni real. Pero te imaginas que te pasa esto en la vida real, tú. ¿Sabes lo malo? Que cuando hable con Giorgio ya no hay ninguno, así que tenga especialmente cariño. Personajes. Este va a ser el último. Pero tenemos más. Bien.
You must be the legendary oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful.
Grande, Giorgio.
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure-Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. Ah, the poor sweet thing perished in a shrine collapse before the rest of us were saved. It is the one regret I have in all this.
No murió el bandido, tío, con el templo. Guari. En fin. Estas son tus decisiones, las que has hecho, ¿no? Imagino.
Good evening.
Tienes a la vieja, tú.
Greetings.
¿Verdad?
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell.
Esta es la señal mayor del bar. Y esta es la del bar, ¿no?
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber, not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After we lost Ulpius, I spent a lot of time reflecting on what I could have done differently. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I'd just found the right words, he'd still be with us today. In the end, I decided to devote the rest of my life to
Pero yo no... Yo paré esas discusiones, o sea, no sé, tío. Como que aunque la haya salvado, o te dice que no, que tiene que ser así al final.
So I'm told, and I know that rationally. Maybe someday I'll believe it too. And you? Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
¿Quién quiere el lío?
Some soiree, innit?
Decio. ¿Quién es Decio, tío? No me importa. Ah, sí, el que no para de hacer presiones, por cabrón. Y te pone aquí y le da igual.
Ah, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Most gracious of you. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
¿Cuál le digo?
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune. Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my
Es un imbécil, ¿no? El Decio. No se ha reído. Tocabas, tú tocabas, no, hermano. Claro, y aquí faltaría gente, ¿no? Hablas, a ver cómo habla.
Honor to finally
Wow.
meet you, Oracle. You know my name?
Sí.
Oh, of course. You are an oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
A él le gusta conocer gente y antes vivía en una cueva, apartado de todo el mundo ahora.
Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Mi moraca, el que me llama Fernando, el viejillo, tú, el maricón. Bueno, ella,
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. Don't worry, nobody did. I'm living by myself on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's something Ulpius and I used to talk about doing when we got out, and I thought that's what he would have wanted. But it's been hard. I don't know what I'm doing, and it's just not the same without him. Mostly it just reminds me he's gone. Oh, it's hardly your fault. I'll be alright, in time. Thanks. You too.
y este es el último, tío. Tenemos que empezar con los mejores. Acabas también, entre los tíos. Acabas de ser un cabrón, pero me quita la plata abajo, tío.
So much about
Te
you.
voy a matar. De cabrón le he salvado de que le insultasen, bro. El bullying por ser gay y no ha votado, no me ha podido ni siquiera comprar el voto, tío, a Giorgio.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. I'm studying to be an architect again and living in a beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too. If you're ever in the Netherlands, I'd be happy to show you around. It's the least I could do.
¿Cómo se llamaba este?
Good evening.
Giorgio. Giorgio, sí, esto es Giorgio.
Hey.
Giorgio, Valerio, Lulio. Eso, Valerio era lo que quería decir. Valerio y Lulio son los mejores. Luego Valerio también muy bueno. Igual que Cabas. No, Cabas es un cabrón, bro, pero no sé. Quitamos y ya está, ¿no? En verdad. Estaba mirando. ¿Dónde está todo el mundo?
Good evening.
Sí. Ah, el abuelo también. No sé, tío, en verdad todos son buenos personajes. Están bien desarrollados.
Evening.
Está bien hecho, la verdad.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Bien. ¿Sí o qué?
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
Esta es la del... ¡Ah! Mi culo. Esta es la del bar, ¿no? Esta sí que es la del bar.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina,
Ah,
former
hostia, no.
goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We are all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you,
Pues mira,
although it feels
la
like
voz
it's been
susurrante.
forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Mm.
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the
¿Sí o
heroes who
qué?
ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did.
¿Sí o qué, bro?
Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
¿Sí o qué? Una mierda, bro. Final 4 de 4 así el que me he hecho. Hostia, guapísimo, bro. El final, sobre todo, de que las estatuas están ahí, bro, aplaudiéndote como si fueses el mejor, bueno, en verdad lo eres, pero increíble el final, bro, o sea, muy, muy bueno. Bueno, ahora vendré los créditos, pero yo lo digo ya, para dejar los créditos, me despido y demás. ¿Qué me ha parecido el juego? Los juegos me gustan mucho, le digo un 8 o 9. La verdad es que pensé que iba a estar peor. Está bastante entretenido, siempre tienes que hacer una cosa u otra o descubrir cosas nuevas. Está muy bien. Tiene 4 finales distintos. El final 4 me gusta bastante, no sé cómo sean los demás. El final 4 me gusta bastante. Si os da curiosidad saber cómo va a ser el 1, el 2 y el 3 de finales, pues, en YouTube seguro que están. Pero yo me voy a ir a dormir ya porque es súper tarde, son las 6 y 8 de la mañana. Y bueno, ya supongo que mañana lo miraré o no, no lo sé, la verdad. Pero bueno, gente, que ha sido un juego muy chulo. Em, Siempre tienes cosas que hacer. El sistema de diálogos está muy bien hecho. Le coges cariño fácilmente a todos los personajes. Cariño o odio, depende. Y, tío, muy currado el juego y me ha gustado bastante. Me parece increíble que sea un mod de Skyrim. Yo fue lo que dije. Va a ser un juego chulo, pero sin más. Y yo, pues, añadiría uno de mis favoritos. Es un sandbox en el que siempre tienes que hacer cosas nuevas para conseguir tener el bucle temporal. Y, tío, muy, muy chulo, la verdad. Yo lo he conseguido por 2-3 euros y merece la pena por 2-3 euros. Pero apechado, o sea, muchísimo, de verdad. Si tenéis la oportunidad de conseguirlo con en el Instant Gaming, sin ninguna duda, meterlo para adentro porque es un juegazo que no os podéis perder. Y me ha gustado bastante, tío. Me ha molado. Bueno, si no me hubiese molado, no hubiese estado haciendo 7 horas, 8 minutos y 10 segundos que llevamos de grabación bruta. Espectacular el juego, me ha gustado mucho. Giorgio, Dully, tío, se me olvida el puto nombre. Giorgio, Dully y ¿cómo se llama el otro? Es que Giorgio está bien, pero tampoco es el mejor. El mejor es el marido de Kicia, ahora, o el novio de Kicia y Dully. Esos son los mejores personajes del juego, los que más cariño le coge, sobre todo a Dully, que es un chaval con retraso, con problemas, y le tienen ahí en la cárcel hasta que consigues que Giorgio no, es geólogo, no, no sé, tío, no me acuerdo. Mira que me cabrea, que no me acuerde, porque es uno de los mejores personajes. Y sobre todo el que tienes que decir al principio, todo, siempre es bucle, siempre es al principio. Pues ese también bastante bien, es el presidente, bueno, magistrado, y le libera, es lo primero que hace, o sea que, vámonos, tío, vámonos. Y lo de que al final conozcas a las estatuas en persona, y a la voz muy chulo, tío. La historia muy, muy bien también, muy chula, y siempre hay cosas para muy bien. Denme buena nota a este juego. Y le añado a mi lista de juegos favoritos. Así que nada, gente. Adiós. Bye bye. No olvidéis dejar un like, una suscripción si no lo habéis hecho y un comentario por este gran juego, gente. Nos vemos en la próxima. Chao, chao. Ah, bueno, y se me olvidó decir que es un juego desarrollado por tres, cuatro personas, las tres que salen ahí, creo. Oye, espectacular, la verdad. Hay mucha gente más de FX y demás, pero oye, muy chulo el juego. Las voces, estas son las voces, tú. La voz de Duri es igual John. La de Kizia Sophie Roberts. Eso, Galerius, bro. Galerius. Steven Kelly. Georgius. Tantos colos total que arción. El de Cabas, bro, tiene una voz marca, Wolf William. Y eso fue la misma voz de el abuelo, tío. Era sentía tú. Published by their villagers. Grandes. Gracias a todo el equipo de este juego que ha hecho que un juego tan espectacular, tan chulo y divertido como este haya sido posible. Muchas gracias a todos los que aparecen aquí, porque sin ellos este gran juego no hubiese sido posible hacerlo tan chulo y tan bien como está a día de hoy. Así que nada, muchas gracias a toda la gente que sale aquí y un placer, la verdad. Bueno, esto ya es todo el equipo de Japón. Localización es el idioma, ¿no? El francés, alemán y español por Mogi Group. Ahora, testers, no pecha testers. Es que este juego en verdad es de los típicos que necesita testers para pechar para que todo vaya bien. Sobre todo todo el mundo son grandes, pero los testers son los que de ellos depende que un juego sea disfrutable o no. Porque si tiene muchos bugs es menos disfrutable. Entonces, ellos dependen. gran parte. Y las Special Things, Epic Game, ojito. Tom Holland, una mierda, ¿no? Tom Holland en este juego, brutal. Estoy con un Roll Engine. Por Martha Pierce, pues esto. Grande Martha Pierce. Dedicaciones a para Martha Pierce, pues, la cual Steve Fast como que se puso muy encima, llamó mucho el soporte de desarrollo para este juego, la que lo hizo posible. Es peor que va a ser peor, hermano. Es que por Martha Pierce, pues Steve Fast, no sé por qué. Para Marta, dedicaciones para Martha Pierce, quien amó y apoyó el desarrollo, llamó que este pudiera ser posible. Este pudiera ser posible. Vale. Guay, tío. Un mensaje a los desarrolladores. Esperamos que hayas disfrutado con The Forgotten City. Nos encantaría crear juegos incluso mejores en el futuro. Hostia, mejores con desarrollo tal. Hostia, promete, tío, si lo hacen bien. Porque recordemos que esta era un mod del Skyrim. Si puedes ayudarnos, se recomienda este Forgotten City a un amigo o escribes una reseña. Cuanta más gente podemos, forma subiremos de nivel. Mira que está difícil subir de nivel a esto, ¿eh? Bueno, difícil tampoco, pero está muy buen nivel esto. Y si quieres ser de los primeros en enterarte de nuestro siguiente proyecto, únete a nosotros aquí. Email, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Un disco haría falta, ¿no? Oye, muy chulo, tío. Forgotten City. Me lo he pasado muy, pero que muy bien. Han sido unas 10 horitas de juego bastante chilling, bastante chulas. Así que nada, espero que os haya gustado. Yo me lo he pasado bastante bien. Este ha sido el juego de Semana Santa. Quizás debería haberlo dividido en vez de hacer 3 horas y 7, hacer 3-4-3 o 3-3-4, algo así, pero bueno, da igual. Tenía ganas de jugar hoy. Empezamos a jugar, son las 6:20 de la mañana. En fin, a veces se me tira un poco la cabeza, pero da igual. Espero que os haya gustado de Forgotten City. Muchas gracias a todos por haber visto este juego, que es un juego bastante chulo. Le doy un 7, un 7 no le puedo dar. Un 8 o un 9. Desarrollo de personajes muy chulo. Diálogos también bastante chulos. El sandbox bastante bien también. Bastante realista. Te lo simula bastante bien. Es bastante inmersivo, tío. Todo positivo, la verdad. Es que le daría un 9, incluso un 8, un 8,5. Bueno, gente, pues espero que os haya gustado, ¿vale? Muchas gracias a todos por haber visto The Forgotten City. No olvidéis dejar un like, una suscripción si no lo habéis hecho, un comentario que siempre ayuda. Y nos vemos en el próximo vídeo. Muchas gracias a todo el mundo que ha hecho posible The Forgotten City. Y nada, nos vemos en el próximo juego, gente. Nos despedimos del juego de Semana Santa 2024 de Forgotten City. Bye bye. No creo que sea la última vez que lo juegue, pero por lo menos a lo mejor hasta dentro de 2 años o uno no lo voy a volver a jugar. Así que nada, gente. Bueno, claro. No, el año pasado no, hace 2 años jugué el Rise of Rome Bueno, claro, pero es que es el más corto, dura 4 o 5 horas. O 6, algo así. Este dura 10. Jugué el Roma. Y el año pasado, por Semana Santa, me lo volví a jugar. Pues no descarto que pase lo mismo. Me lo he jugado por Semana Santa de 2024, no descarto que me lo vuelva a jugar por Semana Santa de 2025. No lo descarto. Nada, gente, muchas gracias por haber visto el potencial. Ahora sí que me despido. Bueno, ya a dormir. Qué a gusto voy a dormir, tío, al ver que todos los personajes están vivos, que nadie se ha quedado ahí. Es como que, no sé, tío, si se hubiesen quedado en esa Roma, digo, pues ahí vivir y ya está, pero ha sido un final, tío, bastante guay, el cual, que vayas al museo y estén todos ahí, hostia, está guay, ya está guay. El final, creativo, la verdad. Nada, gente, adiós, nos vemos en la próxima, ahora sí, buenas noches, a dormir, y ya va siendo hora. Claro, porque 7, 4, bueno, sí, a las 3 de la mañana, cuando esté subiendo este vídeo, cuando esté terminando, vale. Nada, gente, ahora sí, me piro. Chao, chao, buenas noches, descansad, nos vemos en el próximo juego, gente. Muy guay el juego, chao, chao.